She's eating her hay. I think
I
I,
figured out what the car has to do with it.
I think I figured out what's wrong.
Credit card is being I haven't canceled the car right now.
Oh, convenient. You got paid. You got a couple of letters. So I think I'm gonna need to get orchard bread. She's in there eating her hay. Like eating her hay. I miss her dance here. What?
Why do you have to be closer to those? Once I get started.
What? What thing to do?
Of course, there's some that fire. Fire. If I never explore sports, it's serious right now.
Damn woman, how many fucking things do you have?
Where do I have to read into that?
I stole my husband's phone so I could message you because mine was doing the live video. She is currently in there going to town and looking for it. Oh, that was me. I was looking at the sign. I like that one. Are you hot? I'm not.
I'm comfortable right now. I hear it, but I don't see it.
So right now it looks like I might need to get some orchard bread because she is really eating the hell out of that right now. No, I was watching her. She was consuming it. Are you eating it? See if her teeth are any better.
It's 1940, and a Heinkel HE-111 bomber ascends, flanked on either side by two of Germany's main fighter aircraft, the single-engine Messerschmitt Bf-109 and the twin-engine Messerschmitt Bf-110. It's a formation that Germany used to great effect in mainland Europe and intends to do the same in taking Britain. The three planes fly confidently, knowing that the Royal Air Force, the RAF, has little in the way of planes that can properly counter them. Then the unthinkable happens. Halfway over the English Channel, the Heinkel HE-111 is suddenly blown out of the sky. They've never seen anything like this happen before. The pilots of the two German fighters frantically scan the horizon.
For a limited time, get any pizza with any toppings for just $9.99 online. Only at Domino's.
You don't have to make feet content to pay for your trip. Just use Kayak. Flights to Europe are cheaper this summer.
Really?
Kayak.
Destroyed the Heinkel, but they'll never find it. That's because the bomber was just taken out by an AIM-120 Advanced Medium Range Air-to-Air Missile, or an AMRAAM. It has a 62-mile range and it's capable of moving at Mach 4, meaning the Heinkel was destroyed long before they'd ever be able to set eyes on whatever fired the missile. Before they have time to react, another missile streaks through the sky, then another, and both the German fighter planes are turned into burning husks, falling to the earth. Each pilot will never know that the missile that hit them was just one of 6 carried by a single F-22A Raptor, a 21st century marvel of technology and destructive power. But what would really happen if an F-22A Raptor suddenly went back in time and found itself on the front lines of the Second World War? Would it have been able to bring defeat to the German army years earlier than the Allies could, using the technology of their day? Or would Hitler have found a way to counter this advanced tactical fighter? Entering service in December 2005, the F-22 is a technological marvel that's far beyond anything the Luftwaffe or any other air force of the time could send into the skies. It's a dual-engine fighter jet capable of reaching subsonic speeds, designed to not only handle air-to-air roles, but to be an effective ground attack asset as well. Granted, the jet didn't have a long production run. By April 2009, former Defense Secretary Robert Gates announced that the F-22 production run would end as the United States Air Force switched focus to the F-35. In the end, there were only 183 F-22 aircraft in service in the Air Force as of 2024. Or rather, just 182 now, that one of them has traveled to Europe to face off against the Nazis in 1940. And Hitler is livid. 3 of his best planes have just been shot out of the skies, and he's trying to figure out how. Eyewitnesses barely got a glimpse of the plane that did it. They describe a plane that looks like no other in the world. One that moves so fast it's barely visible. A product of the F-22 being able to reach Mach 2 speeds, or twice the speed of sound, and that can climb higher than any of the fighters in the Luftwaffe. Germany's leadership can hardly believe what it's hearing. The sort of technology being described simply isn't possible, and Hitler, in his denial, believes the accounts must be faked. Something blew his planes out of the sky, but that something couldn't possibly be what's being described. After all, the Luftwaffe is the world's most advanced aerial threat, and he knows that the RAF hasn't produced a plane that can match his fighters in the air. So he makes the first of what will be many mistakes when facing off against a threat that he can't comprehend. He orders more of his fighters to fly out over the English Channel to scan the skies for this so-called wonder plane. Here, we start to see just how strong an advantage the F-22 has over Germany's fighter planes of the time. The first indicator is the use of the word plane, since Hitler's planes are facing off against a true fighter jet. The jet engine wouldn't become standard for combat fighters until the late 1940s, long after Germany lost the war. So anything that Hitler sent into the skies would be at an immediate disadvantage. That includes the 2 fighters that Germany sent out with the bomb, the Messerschmitt Bf-109 and the Messerschmitt Bf-110. And the Bf-109 was an impressive aircraft for its time, capable of reaching a maximum speed of 387 miles per hour. It had a service ceiling of roughly 39,000 feet and a range of 425 miles. The plane came equipped with a pair of 13mm machine guns, 2 20mm cannons installed in its underwing pods, and another hub-firing 20mm cannon, all suitable weapons for the dogfights in which it would engage with the British and Allied fighters, but none suitable for taking on the F-22. Every engagement ends in disaster for the Nazis. The majority of their Bf-109 pilots don't even see the F-22 before it takes them out of the skies. It has a clear advantage in the form of its AIM-120 missiles, which move far faster than the planes and can be fired from a range that makes it impossible for a BF-109 to see either the missiles or the plane that fired them before it's too late. The few that are able to happen upon the F-22 roaming the skies soon discover that their guns are no match for the firepower that the fighter jet brings to the table. The F-22 counters the 13 and 20mm cannons of the BF-109 easily, with an M61A2 20mm gun of its own, which is loaded with 480 rounds and more than capable of shredding through a BF-109 at close range. Worse yet for the German pilots, they're facing off against a plane that moves like nothing they've ever seen. Theoretically, their guns could shoot the F-22 out of the sky, should they manage to land a shot. But the F-22 moves almost 5 times faster than the BF-109 and is capable of aerial maneuvers that make it impossible for Germany's fighters to line up a shot. Fighter after fighter is shot out of the sky, resulting in Germany losing more than a dozen planes before it has to give up its initial attempts to take out the F-22. The only thing stopping the American fighter jet is the need for refuel and reload. The BF-129s have nothing to offer against it as long as the F-22 pilot is careful. The Messerschmitt BF-110 fares no better. Hitler arranges for a dozen of these planes to engage the F-22 several days after losing so many BF-109s. His logic is sound. The twin-engine BF-110 is also twin-piloted, meaning it has a man flying the plane while another uses its guns to take out the enemy. Perhaps that's what's needed, Hitler argues, a gunner who can focus all their attention on this new demon of the skies. That gunner has access to 4 7.92mm MG-17 machine guns, as well as a pair of 20mm MG-FFN cannons built into the BF-110's nose. The loadout is completed by a rear-firing 7.62mm machine gun built into the cockpit, an essential weapon that gives the BF-110 coverage for threats that come up from behind. Still, the German fighter faces many of the same issues its single-engine cousin faced. None of the systems are equipped to deal with anything that moves as fast as an F-22. As for the BF-110 guns, they're not even capable of shooting the F-22's missiles out of the sky, never mind tracking a plane that can move at 1,500 miles per hour. The BF-110s experience the same fate as the BF-109. In fact, the F-22 makes even shorter work of them, aided by the BF-110 being slower than the BF-109. It can only travel at 349 miles per hour, and is much larger thanks to its 53-foot wingspan. Worse yet for the BF-110, it's not able to climb anywhere near as high as the time-traveling fighter jet. Its maximum service ceiling is just 33,000 feet, compared to the F-22, which can fly higher than 50,000 feet. The fighter jet can simply fly above the BF-110s, swooping down to take out isolated planes with its own 20mm cannons at will, while simply blowing others out of the sky with its AIM-120s. It's in this battle that the F-22 introduces a new weapon to the fray, its AIM-9 Sidewinder missiles. Though it only comes equipped with 2 of these missiles in its standard loadout, the F-22 can make great use of them while taking out BF-110s. Each Sidewinder comes equipped with an infrared homing guidance system, a rocket-based motor, and an optical target detector that allows it to easily track a BF-110. The infrared unit is especially important. It allows the Sidewinder to home in on an enemy plane's hot engine exhaust, leaving the BF-110 with no escape. Even worse for the BF-110 pilots, as well as any other Nazi pilots unfortunate enough to come across the F-22 in the skies, the AIM-9 is a fire-and-forget missile. The F-22 can simply release the missile and rely on its internal guidance systems to guide it to the target, leaving the F-22 free to fly out of range or move on to engage another enemy. Once released, the missile can travel at speeds of over Mach 2.5, again far too fast for the BF-110's gunners to keep up, and it has a range of up to 22 miles. Fire and forget indeed. Hitler is forced to completely change how he uses the Luftwaffe. However, his Air Force isn't devastated to the point where it can serve no use to him anymore. By the end of World War II, Germany will have built 119,871 aircraft, with the Luftwaffe ending up with 3.4 million personnel in total. As powerful as this time-traveling fighter jet may be, it can't take out every single one of those planes. But what it can do is add a huge element of risk to any future bombing runs. Hitler knows the F-22 is packed with enough weapons to take out around a dozen of his bombers during a single engagement. The missiles handle 8 of them. 6 AIM-120s, followed by a pair of AIM-9 Sidewinders, give the F-22 a potent air-to-air loadout. The jet pilot is completely unafraid of engaging more directly, too, meaning the F-22 can take out a few more German bombers with its M61A2 gun before it heads back to the base to reload. To bomb a city successfully, the Luftwaffe now needs to send dozens of bombers for one mission, each flanked by a pair of fighter planes that not only attempt to engage the F-22, but also have to deal with Allied fighters. Therein lies another role the F-22 can play: decoy for Allied fighters when its weapons run dry. The plane is so fast and maneuverable that it can bait German fighters out into the open with little risk, isolating them and leaving them as prey for Allied fighters to pick up the scraps. The Luftwaffe's bombing campaigns continue, but their potency is mitigated, with each run leading to the Nazis losing far more pilots than they had before the F-22 came into the picture. Still, Hitler reasons the F-22 is a fighter.
At Les Schwab, our above and beyond service means more hustle, less hassle.
Nose blast deodorants? Stay in your clothes. Gillette Clear Gel antiperspirant goes on clear. Gillette, the choice is clear.
I don't know if you've heard. Well, I sounds perfect for busy kids like us. I'm getting ahead in reading and catching up on math. IXL actually makes math fun. Start learning today at IXL.com.
Cole's mom, what do you think of this,
Jacket?
shack?
Half shirt, half jacket. Best of both. Like brunch, or sport, or...
Centaur, a man caught between two worlds.
Oh, I got chills.
Those planes aren't designed to take out ground targets, meaning he can still rely on his army to march in and take most of Europe. Yes, he'll lose more soldiers because the F-22 makes it tough to provide true air support or engage in bombing runs, but he still has options. What Hitler doesn't realize is that the F-22 isn't just capable of thwarting Luftwaffe bombing missions, it's also more than capable of engaging in them itself. As the Allies fight back and start using their planes to bomb cities under German control, the F-22 plays a pivotal role. In some cases, it's used to accompany bombers along with the Spitfires, Mustangs, Hurricanes, and Thunderbolts that the Allies bring to the table. The F-22 isn't perfect in this role simply because it can't be everywhere at once, but it's usually assigned to guard one or two bombers, easily taking out any German fighters that attempt to engage before escorting the Allied planes back to base. Far more worrying for Hitler, and unbeknownst to him until it starts happening, is that the F-22 is a multi-role fighter. That means its weapons loadout can be switched to allow the F-22 to focus on air-to-ground assaults, essentially making it an impactful bomber in its own right. The Allies take advantage of this by arranging bombing runs in which the F-22 is the principal bomber, and it's more than equipped for the job. In its air-to-ground configuration, the jet can come loaded with either a pair of AIM-120s and two GBU-32 Joint Direct Attack Munitions, or JDAM bombs, or up to 8 GBU-39B small-diameter bomb weapon systems, or SDBs. In the former configuration, the F-22 is a terror in the skies and on the ground. The two AIM-120s, along with the jet's cannon, allow it to engage the Luftwaffe fighters that might try to get in its way. The Allies supplement this air-to-air loadout by always ensuring the F-22 is accompanied by Spitfires and similar planes, giving it room to maneuver when needed. Often, this is an unneeded step. The F-22 is so fast, it has such a better range than the Luftwaffe fighters that it can simply zoom past them. That's if it even engages them in the first place. After all, the F-22 has an AN/APG-77 radar, technology that doesn't exist for the Luftwaffe, that allows it to tell when a German fighter might be coming into range long before the fighter establishes a visual on the far faster F-22. As for the JDAMs, each can be loaded with a warhead that ranges from 500 to 2,000 pounds. The latter are almost twice as powerful as the 1,100 2-pound bombs the Luftwaffe would use on occasion, and are certainly far more potent than the 110 and 330-pound bombs Germany's Air Force typically used. The JDAM itself isn't actually a bomb. Rather, it's a tail-based guidance kit that the F-22's pilots can use to convert free-fall bombs, such as those typically used during World War II, into smart munitions. Its accuracy will be severely impacted by the lack of a GPS signal, but its inertial guidance should be enough to get it close to its target. Enter coordinates into the JDAM's navigation system before takeoff. Reach the target and release. The JDAM does the rest of the work from there. Worse yet for the Nazis, the JDAM-guided bombs can be released from extremely low to very high altitudes, again limiting the ability of its pilots to engage the F-22 before it releases the bomb. Much as we saw with the battles against the Luftwaffe fighters, the F-22 can simply ascend above the maximum ceiling of any German planes sent to stop it before dropping its bombs. The JDAM's 45,000-foot-plus ceiling is more than high enough for the task. As for the F-22's SDBs, those are a little closer to the types of bombs with which the Nazis are familiar. Like the JDAMs, they use GPS to navigate to their target. However, they're usually smaller than the bombs onto which the JDAMs are installed. Each SDB weighs 250 pounds, putting it in somewhat line with the strength of the bombs the Luftwaffe uses in its own bombing runs. However, that smaller size presents a new problem for the German ground forces. With the JDAM bombs, the F-22 is limited to hitting 2 targets before it has to fly back to base and reload. But with 8 SDBs, which are precision bombs rather than free-fall bombs, the F-22 can strike up to 8 individual targets with ease before it has to fly back. Worse yet, an SDB can travel up to 46 miles, or 40 nautical miles, to reach its target, meaning the F-22 can again launch a bomb without ever having to engage a Luftwaffe fighter to do so. These bombing runs are devastating to Germany's operations in Europe. Every command center it sets up becomes a target. Every operation involving large groups of soldiers is peppered with bombs by a plane that has enough range to hit one location, travel to another for a second strike, and when loaded with SDBs, continue the pattern to devastate the Nazis' on-ground operations. Tanks have no reply to these bombing runs, as the F-22 is able to blow them to smithereens with a direct hit. Even more worrying for the Nazis is that the time-traveling fighters' precision-guided bombs and missiles can strike any surface warships it attempts to use to win the naval aspect of World War II. The 2 Scharnhorst-class ships in the Kriegsmarine, Germany's Navy, are taken out with no issues, not long after they participated in the 1940 invasion of Norway. Germany doesn't even bother to build the 2 Bismarck-class ships that came after the Scharnhorst-class ships in the normal timeline. It knows that no ship it could build would be able to stand up to the F-22's weapons. Instead, Hitler switches focus on developing weapons he hopes to counteract the F-22. The first of these is the V-1, also known as the buzz bomb or the doodle bug, thanks to its trademark buzzing sound. This first-generation guided weapon could be used not to take out the F-22 itself, but rather the airfields and infrastructure that it would rely on to continue operating. Introduced into the war in June 1944, the V-1 is credited as being the world's first operational cruise missile. Germany made good use of it in the original timeline, launching around 20,000 V-1s at Allied targets between June 1944 and March 1945. Better yet for the Nazis, the cruise missile can be loaded into many of its planes, including the Heinkel HE-111s that have so often felt the wrath of the F-22. It's a powerful missile capable of traveling up to 150 miles when loaded with a 1-ton warhead. The problem is the weapon is extremely inaccurate. Though fairly fast and with a decent range, it doesn't benefit from the targeting systems built into the F-22's bomb and missile systems. The only other possible defense Germany has is the Flak 36, an anti-air system, though versatile enough to fire ammunition that allowed it to take out tanks. The Flak 36 entered service in 1936 and quickly became one of Germany's most respected weapon systems. Featuring a self-loading mechanism and built onto a cruciform pedestal, the gun uses a barrel containing a trio of liners, which are switched out when they wear away and mitigate the need to change the entire barrel at regular intervals. And the Nazis have 11,000 of these guns in service by August 1944. With the F-22 roaming the skies, almost all are installed to guard major German cities and military installations. But like many of Germany's weapons, the Flak 36 and its slightly modernized cousin, the Flak 37, can do little to combat the might of the F-22, though it can fire 20.3-pound projectiles at a rate of about 20 per minute, creating a hail of bullets through which a low-flying bomber would have to navigate. It simply doesn't have the range to compete with the F-22. At the very maximum, the theoretical range is 26,246 feet, though it is far more effective when a plane comes in close. The F-22 simply flies above this range when it's out on bombing runs, with its JDAMs and SDBs still devastating German targets, even if the Flak 36 is very occasionally able to shoot one of these bombs out of the sky as it approaches. Far more often, the F-22 simply chooses the Flak 36 and Flak 37 as targets. They're taken out by its missiles and bombs, paving the way for the Allies' lower-flying bombers to drop their munitions onto the target. For every weapon the Nazis create, the F-22 serves as a perfect counter. All of which brings us to two questions. Could the Allies win World War II with the F-22 alone? And what, if anything, could Germany do to counterattack the threat of the American fighter jet? Starting with whether only one F-22 would be enough to win. Unfortunately for the Allies, just one of those jets alone wouldn't be enough. The F-22 would be a powerful weapon the Allies could wield in a myriad of ways, as you've discovered. But it wouldn't be the perfect weapon. For starters, it has a limited loadout. The air-to-air loadout is limited to 8 missiles and around 450 rounds for the 20mm cannon. As soon as those weapons ran out, the F-22 would have to return to base to reload before it could re-enter the fight. Similarly, the air-to-surface loadout either sees the F-22 back a pair of extremely powerful bombs or up to 8 STBs, again meaning it would be limited by its need to reload. And even when used as a part of diversionary tactics, the F-22 can't stay in the air forever. It has a far better range than any plane in the Luftwaffe, as well as a far higher ceiling, but it doesn't have infinite fuel deposits. Plus, the Allies have no way to refuel aerially, meaning the F-22 also has to return to base to be refueled as well as reload. None of this is to say the F-22 would be ineffective. It would curb the impact of the Luftwaffe by virtue of the threat it represents. Hitler would be forced to fill the skies with far more planes
Sorry, guys.
bombing runs than he otherwise would. And he would know that the F-22 would easily take out a dozen of his bombers, all while the planes were being peppered by Allied fighters. Pure volume would be Germany's only recourse, with the F-22 taking out hundreds or even potentially thousands of Nazi pilots over the course of the war. When the jet's threat isn't being presented to the Luftwaffe, it can also disrupt ground operations. Troops wouldn't have any recourse when faced with an F-22 bombing run, with their Flak 36 anti-air guns simply not having the range or accuracy to compete with a jet that can fly at supersonic speeds. The Nazis would lose any ability to have a surface-level threat on the water, forcing them to rely even more on their U-boats. And German artillery, tanks, and similar ground-based munitions would fall victim to the F-22. Of course, the limitations that exist in the aerial theater would exist when the F-22 takes part in ground-based operations, refueling and reloading. Those two requirements would represent the only respite the Nazis ever get from the ever-present threat of the F-22. Still, the modern fighter couldn't win the war alone. Much of the work would see it accompany planes of the time to provide much-needed support for their bombing runs. It can also be deployed to attack key Nazi positions during ground operations, with operations such as D-Day likely made much easier due to the F-22 being able to destroy Nazi bunkers and weapon installations as the beach invasion's ongoing. It's the deadliest fighter aircraft ever built, but what if it went back in time to World War I? The F-22 needs little introduction. Developed at the end of the Cold War, it's a fighter aircraft with no mission, designed to go up against the best the Soviet Union could throw up against it, and win, every time. The F-22 is uniquely suited for fighting conflicts in Eastern Europe. Its advanced stealth still makes it the stealthiest fighter aircraft in the world, and it would have been perfect for securing air dominance over and past the front lines. But what if this modern marvel ended up in the hands of the U.S. as troops hit the battlefields of World War I Europe? With a thunderous roar, the F-22 would make its presence known above the trenches of war-torn Europe. Super cruising without the need of afterburners, the F-22 supersonic crack would stun the thousands of troops assembled below, who have quite literally never seen anything of the like. With silvery skin, a gold cockpit, and a delta-wing body, the F-22 is generations ahead of anything flying at the time. Many would immediately assume this technological marvel to be an alien visitor, because no nation could possibly be advanced enough to field such a capable machine. And in truth, the F-22s might still be a UFO to the Allies of World War I. Impressive to think that the Raptor was designed just 60 years after the end of the war to end all wars, and yet upon showing up over the trenches of eastern France, it's so advanced that no living engineer could possibly begin to comprehend its construction. The F-22 is up against some of the best aircraft of the time. Germany and its partners were generally ahead of the Allies in fighter plane construction, and the Fokker D-7 was one of the most feared aircraft to prowl the skies. It only saw combat for 6 months, and that's a good thing too, because if the war had dragged on much longer than that, the Allies might have been very hard-pressed to keep any of their aircraft flying. The Fokker D-7 was a predator, lightweight enough to give it incredible agility and maneuvering. Germany would score 565 aerial victories in the Fokker D-7's short lifespan, and its most famous pilot, the Red Baron, would go down in history as a true Fokker legend. But compared to the Raptor, the Fokker D7 or anything else in the German arsenal was basically just a pile of flying scrap. Despite that, the F-22 would have practically zero effect on the war. How is that possible? First, since we're not the modern Russian army, let's talk logistics. The F-22 is a true Wunderwaffe, an absolute wonder weapon.
What breakfast did you cook? Well, let's bring it back up.
Look, the one you said.
Apparently it's some wire. See if it's still working. Maybe it won't too.
Let's throw it away and check that out.
There's a tool to buy.
There's a Wi-Fi protection. What? What?
Coming in at the lowest rank are the troopers of the Empire. At the bottom were the Imperial Army troops, that were the grunts and infantry backbone over all the sectors that the Empire governed over. Right above them were the Stormtrooper Corps, who were considered the elite trooper class of the Empire. There were different designations among the Stormtroopers, which were signified by their pauldrons. A black pauldron was a Stormtrooper Corporal, who was in charge when a sergeant wasn't present. He could perform duties independently and could order troopers around, but had little authority otherwise. Sergeants during the Clone Wars commanded squads of 9 troopers.
Training for a gold medal means running really fast.
You have to be strong. It starts with nutrition.
Nutrition is super important for
Look at Bigfoot. Dun,
Who's that? Oh, the shadow! Oh my God! Mama, turn around! I just see some big ass thing running. What's up? What's that? Dude, you just picked it up. Oh, he, oh! He was cooking, bro. I was moving so fast. Oh shit. Yeah, anything else about okay. Right here. If you hear noise, don't think it's Bigfoot. That was terrifying. That was terrifying. I said, what is Reggie O'Donnell doing in the woods? Bigfoot, yeah, I know. Bigfoot.
Holy shit, there's a that fuck on it.
Heavy bleeding, but one of them. Oh my God! Welcome to my quarterback. Chasing us? Oh my God!
Hey man, seeing you come around the corner like that, that sort of messes with somebody's hunting career. You know, at least a few seconds.
So sorry. Did you smack me?
Yeah. What do you mean?
Did you see that too? Did you also see? I don't know. I thought it was crazy. You didn't see that either.
What's going on? I was on my phone, though.
It's like a freaking monkey or something. They got in there.
Huh?
She's like a gnome creature chasing us. That's what's gonna happen. Oh, what the fuck is that? Get behind us, swing that. Dude, I'm trying to do my homework. There's some drives around, goddammit. Don't get killed by a gorilla. Oh my fuck! Oh shit! Oh my god, this is really cool.
That is big sound.
Oh, Bigfoot! Bigfoot!
Let's save you just now, okay?
I'll see you later on Terrafon. I'm out. Have your store put guys.
First one, protein bars and steaks. High protein, maximum taste. 20 grams of protein in every bar. 18 grams of protein in every steak. Gluten free, no artificial flavors, just pure fuel. First form, shop now.
Summer adventure awaits in a rugged new hub. It's time to chase the sun. Wherever it takes you. With impressive Honda capability and exciting performance. And the Kelly Blue Book Best Value Brand. Right now, you can get 0.99% APR on 2025 Ridgeline.
No, 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 put me down, put me down. Oh my god. Listen, I take it back. I take it back. Listen. We talk about this. It doesn't have to be like this. It doesn't have to be this way.
Joe.
It doesn't have... Where are we at? What is this?
Maybe having my boy. Do you breathe now? He's gonna be Papa proud.
I will.
I was in here before you walked in here, you literally just like rushed by me. I was thinking, oh shit.
Sasquatch running around the beach, he's around the farm. I hopped off to take out a helo with my gun. And I looked behind me and then said, motherfucker! Holy shit! Well, hello, Mr. Bigfoot.
Yeah, you can tell.
is that shit moving around a big ass creature? That shit's Bigfoot. Oh. Go, 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 go. Stop it. Bigfoot will go. Stop. There we go. Sometimes you get like that. What's up with that? You and this woman on the gun? That's all right.
Well,
Bigfoot's over here, though. Somebody come fuck Big. He just spawned me an Audi. Whoa.
Hello?
What the?
what would your reaction be?
Bang, bang. I'd shoot it, make sure it's dead, and I had proof that it existed.
That only happens because. That's because they attacked it. It's because listen, he's friendly. Friend.
What like? What game is that?
I don't know. Some kind of military stuff.
No, I couldn't tell.
Today in GTA 5 RP, I'll hunt down players on the Predator.
I'll start by hunting innocent civilians, but eventually the army will be sent in to find and eliminate me, at which point my goal is to hunt them all down and survive whatever the military will throw my way, which I have to tell you now wasn't easy. This is my favorite video I've done in a while, so make sure you watch through the very end, and if you want to see more content from me, don't forget to click the subscribe button, as we're getting super close to reaching 1 million subscribers. Also, follow me on Instagram, the link is in the description box below. So I'm thinking we're gonna start small in this predator hunt. We gotta start
at 09:23 hours on June 14th, 2025. The USS Princeton was conducting another routine freedom of navigation patrol in the South China Sea when her spy radar painted something that would nearly start World War III. A Chinese-type O-52D destroyer that had been loitering at 200 kilometers just as she suddenly accelerated from 18 to 30 knots in under 90 seconds. Unknown to the Americans, the Zhangcheng's captain had just received orders from Beijing. Intercept the Americans. Make them blink first. But Beijing was about to wait and watch. At 09:23 hours on June 14th, 2025, the USS Princeton was conducting another routine freedom of navigation patrol in the South China Sea when her spy radar painted something that would nearly start World War III. A Chinese-type O-52D destroyer that had been loitering at 200 kilometers just as she suddenly accelerated from 18 to 30 knots in under 90 seconds. Unknown to the Americans, the Zhangcheng's captain had just received orders from Beijing. Intercept the Americans. Make them blink first. But Beijing was about to learn why challenging the U.S. Navy in open water remains a spectacularly stupid idea. The Nimitz Carrier Strike Group, you see here, had been doing what American sailors have done best for 75 years, keeping the world's most important sea lanes open so Chinese factories could sell their cheap electronics to Best Buy. They were 180 nautical miles from the nearest Chinese territory, in international waters, where $3.4 trillion in annual trade flows like clockwork. The strike group's mission was textbook freedom of navigation, predictable course, transparent intentions, and the kind of professional conduct that separates real navies from floating militia. At 09:26, the target classification was complete. The radar operators had positively identified a Type O-52D destroyer of the Chinese Navy with a threat assessment of moderate to high. Inside the Princeton's Combat Information Center, the tactical action officer watched the Chinese destroyer's vector with the calm that comes from having 122 vertical launch cells loaded with enough firepower to turn any Chinese ship into fish food. The spy radar, the world's most advanced naval sensor, painted a picture so clear you could point out every detail of the enemy ship. At the Chinese destroyer's current speed, he'd reach weapons engagement range in exactly 17 minutes. The map was simple but terrifying for the Chinese. For YJ-18 anti-ship missiles could cover the remaining distance in under 4 minutes once launched, but the Princeton's SM-6s in surface mode could reach about 240 nautical miles and swat them like...
Would this make you buy a Ridge wallet? Two people want a Lamborghini
I
or
love
a
you.
Maserati.
I'm gonna lay down, okay?
Or $100,000?
I'll check on you in a little bit.
Let me explain.
flies. At 09:29, the captain wanted to know the probable intent of the Chinese ship. The answer was obvious. At current speed and heading, she'd be within weapons release range in 14 minutes. The recommendation was to go to general quarters, but the captain's response was pure American confidence. Let's see how badly they want to embarrass themselves first. That's even if they could get there safely. The South China Sea was packed with merchant traffic. 46 commercial vessels within 50 miles, all depending on the U.S. Navy's presence to guarantee safe passage. A Singapore-flagged container ship loaded with semiconductors. A South Korean LNG tanker worth $200 million. All would be at risk if Beijing succeeded in turning international waters into its personal swimming pool. But that would require them to actually win a fight against the U.S. Navy, which hasn't happened since never. At 0930, the Princeton's cooperative engagement capability automatically shared the threat data across every ship in the strike group. The Nimitz herself, 104,600 tons of floating American diplomacy carrying 90 of the world's most advanced aircraft, adjusted her flight operations with the precision of a Swiss watch. The destroyers, Changhoon and Kidd, shifted positions to take station around the carrier that would turn any Chinese attack into a one-way trip to the bottom. At 0935, the tactical picture went from concerning to dangerous. The E-2D Hawkeye orbiting at 25,000 feet, providing a God's eye view of everything within 400 miles, detected multiple aircraft launching from the Chinese carrier Shandong. The radar signatures were consistent with those of J-15 fighters, climbing hard and heading south, as if they actually stood a chance. The air controllers immediately noticed something hilarious. The J-15s were struggling to gain altitude, likely due to fuel limitations from the ski jump launch system the Chinese were so proud of. A minute later, the sonar operators added the final piece of China's coordination puzzle. They detected a possible submerged contact 80 nautical miles away, an acoustic signature consistent with a Type 039 diesel-electric submarine. The funny part? The thing was making noise like a freight train. Any competent submarine crew would have been mortified. The Chinese weren't just being aggressive. They were orchestrating a multi-domain intimidation campaign with equipment that belonged in a museum. Surface ships from the 1990s, carrier aircraft that couldn't carry a full weapons load, and submarines so loud they might as well be broadcasting their position on AM radio. It was textbook bullying, the kind that only works if your target is too weak or too scared to fight back. Unfortunately for Beijing, they just challenged the wrong Navy in the wrong ocean. The U.S. Navy had been perfecting blue water dominance since 1914, and these Chinese forces were about to receive a free lesson in why the American Navy reigned supreme. By 0937, the USS Nimitz flight deck erupted into controlled chaos that only American carriers had truly mastered. FA-18E Super Hornets from BFA-14 Top Hatters rocketed off the catapults at 45-second intervals, a ballet of precision that Chinese carriers, dependent on inefficient ski jumps, could only dream of matching. Steam billowed from the catapult tracks as American naval aviation did what it does best: project power. The first division of Super Hornets climbed through 15,000 feet, their AN/APG-79 ASA radars already painting the incoming J-15s at maximum range. The technological mismatch was almost unfair. The APG-79's 1,100 transmit-receive modules could track dozens of targets simultaneously, while the J-15's mechanically scanned radar swept back and forth like a lighthouse, broadcasting its position to anyone listening. The J-15s were struggling for altitude, a painful reminder of the Shandong ski jump limitations. Without catapults, they launched with reduced fuel and weapons loads. They were climbing hard to gain an energy advantage, but burning fuel at a faster rate. Meanwhile, the American fighters, launched at full combat weight, had fuel to spare and carried hands rated E for everyone. However, the weapon and fuel loadout was just the advantage the Chinese could physically see. Every F-18 was connected via Link 16, sharing sensor data in real time. When one aircraft saw something, they all saw it. Chinese pilots, meanwhile, relied on voice commands and individual sensors, like fighting a network team while blindfolded. The technological gap wasn't measured in years, but decades. The E-18G Growlers entered the fight without firing a shot. These electronic warfare variants carried ALQ-99 jamming pods that could fry enemy electronics from 100 miles away. As they established their jamming orbits, Chinese communications began to fragment. On Chinese radar screens, ghost contacts multiplied. American fighters appeared and disappeared, multiplied and merged. What looked like 4 F-18s became 12, then 20. Radar locks broke and reformed constantly. The J-15 pilots found themselves fighting phantoms while real threats maneuvered unseen. The Americans executed a tactical spread called the Wall, a defensive formation perfected over decades. A high cap at 35,000 feet, medium at 25,000, and low at 15,000. multiple overlapping engagement zones, mutual support, and nowhere for the Chinese to go without entering someone's weapons envelope. The Americans had the Chinese in a vice 3 times over. The Chinese formation, by contrast, remained bunched, a necessity when your data links can't support distributed operations. They had to maintain visual contact to coordinate, making them predictable and vulnerable. Their J-15s might look impressive on propaganda posters, but in actual combat, they were flying antiques against networked 21st century warfare. At 0943, the RC-135B rivet joint provided crucial intelligence. This ungainly Boeing 707 derivative had been boring holes in the sky for 6 hours, its electronic intelligence equipment cataloging every Chinese emission. The Mandarin linguists aboard were having a field day. Dark Star confirms Chinese pilots requesting permission for aggressive maneuvers. Repeat, they're asking for clearance to buzz our ships. The Chinese were escalating, but asking permission first. American pilots, trained to seize initiative, found this pretty funny. By the time Beijing approved anything, the tactical situation would have changed 3 times over. Meanwhile, the Princeton's defense systems tracked every threat with mechanical precision. Her spy radar, capable of tracking objects the size of a baseball at over 165 miles, made the Chinese destroyer look like a barn door. Fire control solutions were updated continuously, and soon it seemed like they might actually come in handy. At 0947 hours, the Jianqiang crossed a line that would have triggered immediate retaliation from any other navy. Her Type 346A phased array radar stopped searching and locked on to the USS Nimitz with fire control quality tracking. In naval warfare, this is one breath away from launching missiles, the electromagnetic equivalent of pointing a loaded gun at someone. Inside Princeton CIC, the response was immediate but measured American discipline, drilled through countless exercises, held firm. The Chinese were vetting American restraint against their aggression. They were about to learn that restraint didn't.
Ready-to-eat meal delivery services are not creative people. At Factor, it's personal. Everything is done from scratch every single day. Nutrition and flavor is first and foremost, and we create any day.
Sign up for Factor today and get 50% off your first box at factormeals.com.
When you work on cars as much as I do, you learn what matters most. And for me, that's trust. What sets Advance apart is the people. They don't just hand me parts. They help me get back on the road. They've always got the right parts at the right price, right when I need them. Whether you just need your battery tested or you've got years of experience. Advance Auto Parts is right around the corner and ready to help.
This is how we advance. Didn't mean inability. The Princeton's own fire control radars remained in standby. Her 122 vertical launch cells contained enough firepower to send the Jianqiang to the bottom in seconds. SM-6 missiles that could reach out 240 kilometers, and SM-2s in surface mode, all ready to turn the ship into the area's newest artificial reef. Every firing solution is continuously updated. The Chinese destroyer was at risk from multiple systems, from multiple angles, with zero chance of survival if this situation escalated. The fire control lock persisted for exactly 30 seconds, long enough to claim they could have attacked, not long enough to trigger American self-defense measures. It was choreographed aggression, but against the wrong opponent. The Princeton's crew documented everything: timestamps, signal characteristics, and bearing data. Information that would be quite useful in a real shooting war. But despite the Chinese ship stopping its illumination, things were far from over. In the air, a J-15 pilot decided to demonstrate his own recklessness. Breaking from formation, he dove toward an F-18 with what fighter pilots call a thump, an aggressive close pass meant to intimidate. The American pilot, trained at Top Gun, where such maneuvers are eaten for breakfast, simply rolled inverted and pulled into the Chinese fighter's 6 o'clock position. For 3 seconds, the American had a perfect firing solution. His helmet-mounted display showed the Chinese fighter's engines glowing hot in infrared. One squeeze of the trigger would send an AIM-9X Sidewinder straight up the J-15's tailpipe. He didn't squeeze. Professional discipline held. The moment passed. But the Chinese still had one trick up their sleeve. The Chinese escalation reached its peak when the submarine made its move. The Type 039 diesel-electric boat had been creeping closer, using the layer depth to mask its approach. At 0951, it made a critical error, raising its snorkel to recharge batteries. Teo, sonar, subsurface contact, bearing 159, range 15,000 yards. Contact is snorkeling. Classified as probable Type 039. He's making noise like a freight train. The submarine captain either didn't know or didn't care that the Princeton's SQQ-89 sonar suite had been tracking him for the past hour. The ship had its acoustic signature catalog, its position fixed to within meters. If this went kinetic, he'd have about 12 seconds to contemplate his life choices before an ASROC turned his boat into fish food. The tactical picture had become a textbook study on how not to conduct naval operations. Chinese forces had positioned themselves in a box, carrier to the northwest, a destroyer to the west, and a submarine to the southwest. If shooting started, none of them would survive the first 5 minutes. And the Americans were about to show them exactly how that would go down. At 14:30 hours, the USS Nimitz launched everything that could fly. 48 aircraft roared off her deck in the largest single carrier display of air power in years. Super Hornets loaded with live weapons. EA-18G Growlers carrying electronic warfare packages that could black out a city. E-2D Hawkeyes commanding the electric high ground. The afternoon sky turned dark with American aircraft. The Growlers went to work first. Their ALQ-99 pods operating at full power turned Chinese radar screens into modern art. False contacts appeared by the hundreds. Real aircraft vanished into electronic noise. The Shandong's air defense picture looked like someone had thrown paint at the screens. Chinese controllers couldn't distinguish real threats from ghosts. Everything was a threat. Then came the submarine. A Virginia-class attack submarine that had been shadowing the Chinese formation for 8 days. Silent, invisible, patient. At 1547, she surfaced 6 nautical miles from the Shandong, close enough for Chinese lookouts to see her black hull with their Mark I eyeballs. The psychological impact was devastating. 8 days of undetected operations, their entire anti-submarine screen, helicopters, sonar buoys, and hull-mounted sonar had failed to detect the 7,900-ton American submarine. If this had been war, their carrier would already be toast. The sub's commanding officer ordered an emergency surface purely for effect. The submarine burst from the water like a breaching whale, water cascading off her hull in the afternoon sun. Photographers on the Chinese ships would have perfect shots of American dominance. After about 90 seconds, enough time to be seen, photographed, and reported, she slid back beneath the waves. The message was clear. We owned the undersea domain. Back in the air, American fighters demonstrated ACM, air combat maneuvering, at the expense of increasingly desperate Chinese fighters. The J-15s, already low on fuel from their ski jump launches and hard climb to altitude, found themselves unable to match the Americans turn for turn. Each engagement ended the same way. American fighters in firing position, Chinese fighters defensive and burning precious fuel. One by one, the Chinese fighters peeled off, heading back to the Shandong with near empty tanks. Their combat endurance had been exhausted in fruitless attempts to match American capabilities. They landed with emergency fuel. Some probably saw the bingo light they'd only seen in simulators before. By 1623, the Shandong's carrier strike group began its withdrawal. Official Chinese communications spoke of completing scheduled exercises. But everyone knew the truth. They'd come to demonstrate Chinese naval power, to intimidate lawful navigation, to claim waters that didn't belong to them. Instead, they'd received a lesson in why the South China Sea is America's 6th Great Lake. Bye for now.
Introducing the X-Scale S200, the portable, smart, industrial scale built for the toughest environments. Its foldable Y-shaped design allows you to easily weigh up to 100 pounds anywhere. Bluetooth connectivity from an X-Scale app-enabled iOS or Android device provides seamless weight collection and warehouse system integration. Convenient mounting options include magnetic feet and hook loop, and drop tested for rugged durability in the most demanding industries. Whether you're in shipping, receiving, or inventory, the Xscale S200 keeps you moving. Ready to upgrade your workflow? Purchase or inquire today.
The best time to get a spare set of keys is before you need a spare set of keys. Save up to 50% on dealership quality car keys at Ace.
Space is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
Welcome to our compilation of epic Cold War stories. Some say our earlier animation is so tiresome that they would rather stand in a Soviet break line to break the monotony. But we don't agree, so here are our best Cold War stories. It's March the 10th, 1967. 4 F-4 Phantom IIs from the 8th Tactical Fighter Wing, 433rd Tactical Fighter Squadron, are taking off from an airbase in Thailand. The weather's good, and the 4 planes take a heading for Hanoi, North Vietnam. The element leader is Captain Bob Pardo. In the rear seat is his weapons systems officer, Lieutenant Steve Wang. Their mission is to take out steel mills nearby the city. The Vietnamese are very much prepared. The area surrounding Hanoi has some of the best air defenses in aviation history. Approaching Hanoi, still under clear skies, the F-4s are at 13,000 feet. They can see the path to the target, as it's like a pathway of anti-aircraft fire. Plane number 4 has Captain Earl Amon in front and Lieutenant Bob Houghton behind. Amon's plane is hit. Fortunately, it's not a critical hit this time, and Amon manages to keep his place in the formation. Going into a steep dive, the F-4s release their bombs. But under the heavy fire, disaster strikes as Amon's plane is hit again by anti-aircraft fire. Then, Pardo's plane is hit too. Both planes are now streaming fuel, and they need to decide what to do next. They turn for Laos, where they can rendezvous with a KC-135 tanker before pushing on to Thailand. With the 2 planes now ascending to 20,000 feet, Amon radios to Pardo. There's bad news. The F-4 is now leaking so much fuel that he's not going to make it. The tanks are almost empty. Pardo checks his fuel. Even though they've lost a lot, Pardo can just make it to Laos for the rendezvous with the tanker. Amon and Pardo talk on the radio, and Amon relays his plan. His best bet is to fly as long as he can, and then he and Houghton will eject over North Vietnam. All the men know it's a dire situation. Ejecting over North Vietnam meant almost certain capture and a long stay in a Vietnamese POW camp, if they were lucky. Radioing back, he told Amon he was going to stay with him as long as he could. Maybe he could come up with an idea. To make it worse, Amon's engines were spluttering and losing power. Pardo didn't have much time to think. A flash of inspiration hit him, and he maneuvered behind Houghton's plane, carefully approached from the rear. Lining up the nose of his F-4 with the rear of the other, he tried to give it a push. He was going to use his high-tech $2.4 million plane to give a boost to the other Phantom. With Amon's spluttering engines running, the turbulence was causing issues. Pardo told Amon to eject his drag chute from the back of the plane. That left open a small hatch, which for a while gave Pardo's F-4 a bit more purchase. The turbulence wasn't helping the plan, so he told Amon to shut down his engines, just in case he needed those final drops of fuel. Despite Pardo's skill as a pilot, the Phantom's nose cone that was ideal for skipping through the air also made it ineffective as a ram to push another plane. Trying again and again, and failing, he had another flash of inspiration. Originally, the F-4 was designed as a fighter bomber for the Navy. As such, it had a rear hook that allowed it to land on aircraft carriers. Getting on the radio once more, Bob Pardo told Earl Amon to lower his tail hook. Lining up again and coming in close, Bob maneuvered to get the tail hook smack in the middle of his windscreen. The strength of the glass in front of his face took the full weight of the injured F-4 and pushed it through the heavens. It worked. That is until turbulence shook the 2 planes, causing the tail hook to slide off. Getting the hook back on the glass started to crack under the pressure. forming a spiderweb immediately in front of Bob's face. If the glass gave way, it would mean certain death. Again and again, Bob kept on like this, with every 15 seconds or so, the tail hook slipping off the windscreen. Incredibly, it slowed the descent of the stricken F4 to just 1,500 feet per minute. Alarms went off inside Pardo's plane. The left engine was on fire. He immediately shut it down. Using 2 agents for the push, he went through the startup procedure. The fire started up again. Pardo's left engine was critically damaged. Carrying on with just one engine, keeping the 2 F4s in the air, he realized that his fuel had finally been spent. The 2 planes had traveled 88 miles under the power of one crippled F4. They had just made it across the border to Laos. Pardo watched as Eamon and Houghton ejected from their bird. Immediately after, Wen and Pardo followed suit, shooting up into the heavens before descending into the jungle below. Laos was also a war zone at the time, and the natives conducted a search for the downed pilots. Hearing shouting and shooting in the jungle, the 4 men managed to avoid the locals. After just 45 minutes on the ground, all the men were whisked away by a rescue helicopter. Incredibly, despite his heroic act, there was talk of charges against Pardo for not getting his expensive plane home. But thankfully, reason prevailed, and the charges were dropped. 20 years later, the events of that day were revisited, and finally, Major John R. Pardo and his man in back, First Lieutenant Steve Lane, received the Silver Star for their actions on that day. It's August the 18th, 1981. Off the coast of Libya, 2 MiG-25s from the Libyan Air Force raced out to sea. An American carrier group has just entered their national waters and launched dozens of fighter jets into the sky. War, it seems, has dawned upon these waters. The Libyan pilot steels himself, laser focused on the battle ahead when he sees something out of the corner of his eye. He turns his head in shock. To his left is an American F-14 Tomcat flying alongside him. He stares at the enemy pilot in complete disbelief as he gives him back a mocking wave. Then to add further insult, the man on the back seat takes a picture. The Libyan pilot finds himself completely outclassed. He knows the Americans operate in pairs. The second jet must be already behind him with his missiles at the ready. Pilot Lawrence Muczynski and radio intercept officer James Anderson watch amused as the Libyan MiG-25s turn back to base. They joke and laugh, joined by their commander Henry Kleeman and his RIO David Venlet as they return back to their minutes. In reality, the American forces have no intention of war or bloodshed, even if they know they're flirting with the possibility. The Libyan government had declared the Gulf of Sidra to be part of their territory, while the United States and many others consider it to be international waters. Because of this disagreement, the US has decided to sail through the disputed territory, challenging the Libyan claim. The first day had gone swimmingly for the Americans, with their fighters turning away 70 Libyan aircraft without a single shot being fired. Kleeman particularly enjoyed interacting with the Libyan pilots, later describing the day as all fun and games. Little did he know that things would become much more serious. Kleeman and Muczynski are back in the sky very early in the morning the following day. Call sign Fast Eagle 102 and 107 respectively. They've been patrolling for over an hour when an unidentified contact headed straight towards them appears on their screens. The experience of the prior day has them quite comfortable, so Kleeman in Fast Eagle 102 calmly reports the contact before heading to meet it. The 2 planes adopt an intercept formation, with Muczynski in Fast Eagle 107 putting some distance from his flight leader. Kleeman is the first to get visual of the enemy, spotting not 1, but 2 Libyan SU-22 fitters flying wingtip to wingtip straight towards him. At that very moment, Muczynski's radar malfunctions and he loses the ping of the enemy fighters, but he's undeterred. He can intercept with visual only. But then, the maneuver turns from routine to horror when he sees an orange flash from under one of the Su-22's wings and a smoke trail streaking out towards Cleveland. They've just fired a missile. In a state of disbelief, he reports,
"Two bitter have shot at my ear."
Cleveland sees the missile coming and instantly pulls hard to the left. The missile flies right past him, followed moments later by the pair of enemy fighters.
"This is 102. We've been fired on."
Thinking on his feet, he orders 107 to get after the one who shot. Lachinsky instantly races into the fray, turning around 180 degrees and ending up right on the 6 of the two Libyans. The enemy pilots scatter in separate directions, but Lachinsky has his eyes locked on the lead fitter. He chases him across the sky, matching the Libyan through every twist and turn. He selects his AIM-9L Sidewinder missiles and pulls the trigger. But nothing happens. An alert flashes on his screen. The missile is faulty and won't fire. Meanwhile, Cleveland has already turned around and is catching up to the second enemy. He's about to fire when the Libyan fighter makes a turn towards the sunrise. Cleveland realizes in a split second that the heat-seeking Sidewinder could lock onto the heat of the sun, so he patiently waits for the enemy fighter to change direction. It's 10 long seconds until the Libyan pilot finally makes a turn, and his fate is sealed. The missile lights up and rockets off from under 102's wing. He can see the smoke trail as it tracks to perfection and slams straight into the engine of the Su-22, shredding its tail and starting a fire. The burning wreckage falls from the sky, and the pilot ejects. Ward Machinsky's Tomcat, the radar intercept officer, spots Cleveland's target falling in the distance and shouts,
"Someone's been hit! Someone's been shot!"
Machinsky turns his head to see the column of black smoke falling into the sea below. Worry fills him for a second, as he can't tell who it is. But to his immediate relief, he hears the voice of Cleveland over the radio, reporting his victory.
"Affirmative. Shot one of them down."
With the Su-22 still ahead and with the gravity of their actions heavy in his mind, Machinsky asked on the radio,
"Want me to shoot my guy down?" "That's affirmed. Shoot him. Shoot him down."
Machinsky doesn't need to be told twice. He's chasing the Libyans for a right-hand turn when he pulls the trigger. His second and last Sidewinder rockets away, but goes dead straight, exiting stage left from Machinsky's field of view. Frustrated, but without time to think, he switches to guns and resolves to shoot the fitter out of the sky. But before he can even try, the missile zips past his field of view. It chases down the Libyan jet and detonates into its fuselage. Fire and shrapnel fill the sky ahead, and Machinsky yanks back on the stick. He's squished into a seat as he pulls an enormous 10 Gs, barely avoiding the cloud of debris. Both pilots are recovering from the adrenaline when the news of their peril finally reaches command at the minutes. They hear through the radio,
102, 107, you are clear to defend yourself.
Cleveland proudly responds,
"And this is 102, 107, 2 enemy killed."
Fortunately, both Libyan pilots, Captain Balkasem Emsik Al-Zintani and First Lieutenant Mukhtar Al-Arabi Al-Jafari, ejected and survived the encounter. They were picked up by Libyan rescue helicopters an hour after the events. Further escalations avoided, and the takedown of the two Su-22s remained the only combat in the entirety of the operation, which remained bloodless. Cleveland and Machinsky returned to much fanfare among their peers, but received no awards. The incident would go on to have little political impact. It further strained the already terrible US-Libyan relations, but brought about little action from either government. The events of that day would be studied by writers of Top Gun, who used it and other engagements as inspiration for the movie's combat scenes. Fast Eagle 102 went on to be restored by a group of veterans in 2016. It's now on display in the Midland Army Airfield Museum, where you can visit it in Texas. In 1951, in the skies over North Korea, a clash of political ideologies has turned into a clash of cutting-edge weapons, a battle of MiG-15s versus F-86 Sabres. In particular, in the skies over the communist-held territory lay the main aerial battleground. Here, the two sides battled not only for air superiority, but also for the chance to pit communist forces against the American and UN forces. This famed battleground would become known by another name, a name of one of the main weapons in the duels of life and death that regularly played out here. This place would become known as MiG Alley. Pilots from the Soviet Union had secretly been performing active roles since the middle of 1951. They had to wear Chinese uniforms while flying and were banned from speaking Russian on the radio. Instead, they had phonetically spelled out Korean words on their kneeboards. The use of these did not last long though when they found themselves in combat. The Soviet Union pilots quickly switched to Russian. The Americans quickly came to realize that some pilots in the Chinese and Korean air forces were at a much greater skill level. They started to call these legendary MiG pilots honchos. The head honcho they gave a special name to. He was Casey Jones. Flying a MiG-15 this exceptionally talented pilot had a striking plane with a red nose and fuselage stripes. In actual fact, the pilot was Sergei Kramarenko, a veteran pilot from World War II. On June 17, 1951, Kramarenko noticed that 3 Sabres were flying below him. He said, "Without not even losing a second, I jumped them. But somehow they spotted me and immediately they split. The wingman performed a diving turn to the left and the leader a climbing right turn. This tactic was a trap. For whichever one I attacked, I would be forced to turn my tail to the others, and then they would get me under fire. I had to decide fast. Who should I attack? Should I attack the pair which was diving, or the Sabre which was climbing? If I jumped the first ones, the latter would dive after me, and he would shoot me down. That's why I chose the latter. So I dived, and soon I put myself behind him. I aimed, and at a distance of about 500 meters, I opened up." In one of the Sabres, Lieutenant Colonel Hinton had spotted the Sabre of Lieutenant Colonel Glenn Eagleston, a World War II ace, and he wasn't alone. On Eagleston's tail was the legendary Casey Jones, and he was pounding the Sabre with cannon fire. "I could see the MiG fire and see its shells hitting the Sabre," he said, with flame and sparks marking the strikes on the fuselage. Smoke started to pour from Eagleston's Sabre, and it looked bad. Quickly, 2 American Sabres managed to get behind old Casey. Realizing that he had 2 Sabres on his tail, he suddenly broke off his attack and dove towards the Yalu River. Taking advantage of the MiG's speed, he easily pulled away from the Sabres. Ground fire from the Korean dam shook the lagging Sabres off his tail. Incredibly, escorted by Hinton, Eagleston managed to get his shot-up Sabre down safely, although it had to be scrapped shortly afterwards. A few months later, Kramarenko was flying on a defensive operation over Anju when he and other flyers in his regiment were jumped by 2 groups of F-86 Sabres. He later said, "We repulsed the first attack of the Sabres and maneuvered to an altitude of about 9,000 meters. At this point, another group of Sabres came up and attacked the regimental commander's group from above. Although I was almost without speed, I had to increase the climbing angle and open fire at the leader of the Sabres from a distance of 600 meters. His plane passed through my track, and I saw several shells explode on it. After my rounds hit, the leading Sabre increased its dive angle and went down. But when I turned around, I saw that my group was also being attacked from above. It was a new group of Sabres. I gave the command, 'U-turn, everyone!' I felt a sharp impact and my MiG suddenly started spinning rapidly. I was pinned against the port side and the rudders were inoperative. It felt as if a wing had come off. I decided to leave the unguided plane which was spinning, and falling down vertically, pressed against my port side, I reached the ejection handle with great difficulty and pressed it. My eyes darkened from the sharp impact, and I did not feel at all how I flew out of the plane." In total, in and around MiG Alley, 224 Sabres were lost, 566 MiG-15s. Although against Soviet pilots the kill rate is estimated to be 1.4 MiGs lost for every 1 Sabre. Kramarenko was rescued. Receiving the Hero of the Soviet Union for his action in Korea, he lived a long life, and died in just May 2020. May the 1st, 1960. In the USSR, it's the day of the International Solidarity of Workers, a day of military parades and a demonstration to the peoples of the Soviet Union of the unshakable success of communism. There's no time for celebration, though, at a radar station in Soviet Kazakhstan as alarms blare. They know exactly what it is. It's a spy plane. This blip on the radar has been a thorn on the side of the USSR for half a decade. Flying at an absurd 70,000 feet, there's been little the Soviets have been able to do about it, much to their frustration. They know the name of their nemesis as it's spoken of in hushed tones in top-secret meetings. The U-2. Head on over to younghubstore.com to shop our latest designs and be the envy of all your friends. The Soviet missiles and interceptors always fall short. That is, until today. High Command scrambles absolutely everything to intercept the American plane as it blazes its way deep into the Soviet heartland, further than any U-2 has ever gone before. The Major General in charge, Solodovnikov, receives the news of the contact, and much to his anger, the higher-ups have been furious about the overflights for a long time and demand immediate results. Under immense pressure, he's determined to take the plane down, no matter the cost. He immediately orders all surface-to-air missile installations in the flight path onto high alert and every air unit commander to intercept. At a training ground near Sverdlovsk, Major Mikhail Voronov adjusts his parade uniform in preparation to meet with officers from other nearby divisions. As it's a holiday, many are taking the chance to relax. Suddenly, he receives an urgent call from the headquarters. There's an American spy plane incoming, and he's to go to his post immediately. Caught completely by surprise, Voronov runs to gather whichever soldiers from his unit haven't yet gone on leave. Meanwhile, inside the spy plane, pilot Francis Gary Powers of the CIA calmly and methodically follows his flight plan. Unaware of the events going on below, he keeps the plane steady as he overflies Chelyabinsk 65, a secret plutonium production facility. 30,000 feet below him is a MiG-19. The pilot struggles to see the U-2 from here and is completely unable to shoot it down due to the height difference, but he shadows it and reports its position. Somewhere else in the vicinity is an Su-9, fresh out of the factory. The pilot is delivering the plane to its airbase with no armament or pressure suit when he receives a frantic transmission from the Major General himself, ordering him to find and ram the American out of the sky. The pilot, Mentikov, is shocked. He questions the order, but the Major General shuts him down. Ram the intruder, and that's an order, he hears through the radio. Faced between two impossible choices, the pilot solemnly and bravely replies, "Take care of my family, will you?" and gives chase. Back on the SAM site, the Major and his soldiers rush to get the S-75 Dvina surface-to-air missile battery system online before the intruder passes over. In the air, the Su-9 pilot is having a hard time. He's getting transmissions all the while in his ear, shouting at him the location of the intruder and what to do to get there. But no matter what he does in the Su-9, he can't see the American. He has to use a lot of afterburner to maintain such an extreme altitude, but without a visual, all he's doing is wasting precious fuel. At the SAM site, a ping appears on the radar, then a second ping at a lower altitude. The radar operator selects a higher ping, and the system quickly locks onto it. "Fire 3, the Major orders. The operator presses the button, and the missile rockets off from its platform. It makes left and right in the air as it gains altitude before it finally straightens out and heads for its target. It's the first time he's fired the missile, and the operator watches it with concern and forgets to fire the other two. "Fire! Fire!" Major Voronov orders, but it's too late, and the rock has been lost. Command warns Mentikov of incoming missiles, and he immediately breaks the chase, making for safety. On the ground, the Major can see the U-2 and his missile on the radar screen. The blips inch closer together with each radar refresh. Just closer and closer. The missile detonates behind the plane. Inside the U-2, Powers notices that the sky is suddenly lit orange, and then he feels a jolt forward. The plane starts to careen to the side, and Powers adjusts the controls. But then the plane pitches nose down, and then nose up. The tail is blown off, and there's nothing he can do. The U-2 then starts to roll, and the wings separate from the fuselage. The U-2 starts to fall like a rock from 70,000 feet in the sky. Powers gathers himself from the shock. His dashboard is lit with warnings, and the altimeter is rapidly falling. Acting fast, he frees himself from the harness and opens the canopy. He doesn't have time to destroy the top-secret camera, as the cockpit violently decompresses in an instant, ripping off the canopy and sucking Powers alongside it. Everything becomes a blur as he's hit by the barrage of air. He's stuck halfway out of the plane, held on by the oxygen tube. The wind shoves him against the falling fuselage as he falls through the clouds, fighting desperately for his life. He fights with the tube, each passing second seeming like an eternity. Finally, he rips it off, and the wind flings him away from the aircraft. The plane drifts away, and he pulls his chute. While descending under the parachute, Powers scatters his escape map and disassembles a silver dollar suspended around his neck containing a poison-laced injection pin. He secrets a poison pin in his uniform, but doesn't use it. He was still hopeful of escape. Back on the SAM site, the men see 2 radar pings touch, then a cloud of pings, then nothing. The soldiers cheer. That's a hit. Major Voronov gleefully reports back to base. Target destroyed, but headquarters shut him right down. No, these dropped decoys. Seek the intruder, comes the reply. The major's taken aback, but there's nothing his crew can do now anyway. 2 MiGs are sent to find the American pilot, while the Major General orders the anti-air commanders to keep firing. Some commanders ask if they should be careful in case there are friendly forces in the area. They're told in no uncertain terms there aren't any friendly forces in the area. Meanwhile, in the mid-19s, Sergei Safaronov and his wingman, Boris Avyazan, enter the area as instructed, searching for what they believe is a still-flying U-2. What they don't know is that due to the holiday, technicians haven't switched their friend or foe transponders to the new codes are made. The MiGs appear on the surface-to-air missile radars, and they're fired upon. Warning alarms screech inside the MiGs as they instantly break off into evasive maneuvers. 2 missiles streak past one MiG before he manages to flee. But Safaronov isn't so lucky. He's hit, and his plane all but disintegrates around him. He ejects. At that time, Powers falls hard on the floor. He's met by farmers from a local village. They help him, believing him to be Soviet at first. But the obvious is quickly realized. One of the farmers writes, USA, on a windshield of a dusty truck, and Powers, begrudgingly, nods. By the time the dust settles, over a dozen missiles have been launched on that day, over a course of half an hour. Long after Powers is already on the ground, the US government, when informed of Powers' disappearance over the Soviet Union, had to make a decision. What was the official line? They didn't know if Powers was alive or dead. They chose to issue a false statement that said a US weather plane had strayed off course after its pilot had difficulties with his oxygen equipment. What the CIA did not realize was that the plane had crashed almost fully intact, and that the Soviets had recovered its pilot and the plane's top-secret high-altitude camera. Taken to Moscow, Powers was interrogated by the KGB for months, but eventually made a confession and a public apology for his part in the espionage. Despite the interrogation, Powers still managed to keep some secrets, including the maximum ceiling of the U-2. Despite resisting interrogation for months, after his apology to the Soviets, the American media frequently portrayed Powers as a coward, and even as a symptom of the decay of America's moral character. The major of the SAM site, Mikhail Voronov and his men would be distinguished for their actions in shooting down the U-2 on that day. The MiG pilot who ejected, Sergei Safaronov, would sadly pass away from his injuries. Major General Solodovnikov was expelled from the military for his handling of the situation on that fateful day. Mentikov, yes, your young pilot, would get to take care of his family himself. His wife gave birth just 4 months later. On the other side of the Iron Curtain, the U-2 incident rocked the American government. It deteriorated Soviet-American relations and triggered political mayhem in the United States, as all attempts to cover up and make excuses for the incident backfired. Powers was released a year and a half after the accident in a prisoner exchange, which was later portrayed in the Tom Hanks film Bridge of Spies. He would be awarded the CIA's Intelligence Star upon his return to the United States, and personally congratulated by sitting senators for his actions. In 1977, Powers was piloting a helicopter for KNBC, Channel 4, over San Fernando. Due to a faulty gauge, he ran out of fuel. While trying to conduct an emergency landing, he noticed children playing in the area and directed the helicopter elsewhere to avoid crashing into them. Powers died in the crash. It's been speculated that he may have survived were it not for this selfless final act. It's September the 10th, 1952, and a pair of F-4U-4B Corsairs make their way across the clear North Korean skies. On board the lead plane is Captain Jesse Fulmar of the Marine Fighter Attack Squadron number 312, also known as
Why are you running?
idea what that is. here, I can see what across like a fucking checker. I swear to God, if I see snow globes. Okay, They might be stuck until they fill that fucking. 100 already? Jesus fucking Christ.
Bye.